Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the stream. Welcome back to Outer Worlds 2.
On a scale of 1 to soil my trousers violently, how concerned should I be about this whole rift situation?
Continuing from where we left off. Let's see. Yep. Onward to Praetor, which we're already here. Everyone's having a good day. Good early start to the weekend in a sense. Let's see. Sorry, I just need to relaunch my browser. Need to. Okay. There's a workbench where I'm going, so I'll just do that.
We'll get the footage processed shortly. Don't worry, we'll blur all your imperfections.
Well, that's nice. Side effect of switching away from the electric damage is it doesn't mess with my headphones. Way around like that. Oops. Game crashed. I was going too fast.
When the lab coats say these rifts could destroy the entire galaxy, that doesn't include the main menu, right? Geography ain't my strong suit.
what nature heedlessly assembled and thusly refeathered through artificial means and Mantis choice strive to be 110% wholly artificial. Artificiality.
Soon I'll be able to leave this office in my stylish new automechanical body. After I catch up on a few tasks, that is. You're back! Finally! Finally! Do you have it? Did you bring it here? A last-minute shakedown, is it? I knew I liked you. Yes, of course. Fine, fine. Oh, let me see it. Yes, indeed. Oh, let me look at you, gorgeous. If you'll all just excuse me a moment as I slip into something more formidable.
There you are. Congratulations. Now your body's almost as intimidating as your mind. You've narrowed the gap quite a bit.
Oh, Auntie, you look amazing. Absolutely everyone will want a new mech body after watching you strut the walk.
What about you? What do you think? Any first impressions you'd like to share? Wonderful! Exactly the effect I was hoping for. What's more, it's an undeniable confirmation that the archive-derived strategic plan can be reliably executed and produces incredible results. With their predictive abilities refining our planning and execution, our market dominance is a foregone conclusion. Yes, so much to do, and we have you to thank for making it happen. I am quite looking forward to you working for me further. As they say, time is capital, time is bits. You're burning lucre just standing there. Go!
Let me know if you're looking for anything in...
Free to use the... Use the workbench. Just don't break it.
It's just the only way I can get to that area, it looks like, for now.
prey to imperfect thoughts? Go
Wait.
now.
The Protectorate have the entrance to the Archive well fortified. Attacking straight on seems ill-advised. Before we go further, should we discuss a plan?
You are the raw material for perfection.
Stealth is one valid course of action. Seeking and acquiring combat reinforcement is a more optimal course of action.
We're all in this together.
Well, we took Spiraton for them. If we can find a stealthy way to the Spiraton lift controls on this side, we can call them to send down troops.
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of humor.
All right, it's a plan.
Prudence dictates we reject individualism in all its many forms.
Preserve said progress. Sustain the system. Gray gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul. The Consul provides the system above.
Combat probable.
Oh, I feel terrible. Everybody who ate the latest Crabble rations fell ill. Rumor is somebody died. Huh? Oh, was it me? Feels like it was.
A perfect society demands perfect thoughts. Imperfection is impossible when the mind is a thing of symmetry. Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system, serve the sovereign.
Enemies detected.
They sneer at our contentment. Remember those rejected Grapplecraft materials that got shipped here? I sold them to a Protectorate officer who was low on supplies. Said it was imitation crapple meat. She means to pass them off as official rations. Imagine all those whole heads wolfing down failed Auntie's choice.
Ignore that. I promise you this is merely tomfoolery. There's no way we were eating failed experimental material.
This unit detects elevated levels of teammate revulsion. Immediate ejection of stomach contents may alleviate said condition.
Individualism in all its many forms.
Preserve.
Crabble again.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have.
Landed on a hostile planet, day 35. Brought to you by the frigid cold and voracious wildlife. Starring noted self-taught survival expert, myself, Hoyt Schermerhorn.
Hoyt. Name's Hoyt, right? I've noted some right sophisticated interactions among the Crabbles lately. Intricate courtship rituals, coordinated group efforts, all about thermal transfer. When my unit was first stationed down here, I kept making excuses to sneak off and observe them. Product research, I said. Very hush-hush. Eventually gave my lieutenant a field promotion and ordered them all away. Been living off the land here like the Crabbles ever since. Their unfertilized roe actually makes for some good eating. Included some with this message. Eat up.
Oh. Not sure how you managed to approach unnoticed. Could be I'd grown so attuned to my surroundings, I became one with the wood and fire and the earth. Were you left behind by your unit too? Are you in need of some hard-fought knowledge about how to fend for yourself? Must say, I've become quite the expert. Why, after only just 2 weeks on my own, I ascertained how to pry open a rations tin unaided. Did you know there's a little opener key attached? It's all going in my manuscript. So glad you asked. I've recently evolved into a rugged, self-sufficient individual, fully accustomed to life in these caves, living raw and pure like our primitive, lice-ridden ancestors. Why, just the other day, I reinvented fire. I found a little doohickey I've named a light starter. You simply push a button, and flame comes out. Yes, indeed. I know this cave and several of the adjoining hallways like, well, someone who'd scoured every inch for the barest sustenance. That big computronic adding machine? Nah. All that electromechanical malarkey is lost on a rugged, outdoor individual like me. You might call in reinforcements if the Spyreton lift controls were working. I happen to have its missing components in my possession. I might be convinced to part with them for a small favor. Some key legwork for a mighty hunter. Me, I'm fixing to take down one of the local ursopods. A few sprat corpses would be helpful as bait. Gather some, and we'll make a trade. Finally, give it here.
I was forced to eat sprat when stranded once myself, though I demonstrated considerable less zeal.
Sorry you had to see that. The parcels of victuals my neighbor sends over the tube have fallen off recently. Barely eaten for days. Sent me over a bunch of recordings, along with victuals. Offered some sound, if harshly put, advice. Looked out for me like no one's ever. Never even seen him face to face. I do so hope he's all right. Anyhow, suppose we had a deal. Here, I wrenched these parts free out of the Spyreton lift controls. Just jam them back in there and kick it once or twice. Should work fine. Drop back in again sometime, will you? Occasionally, I do get a little starved. For, company.
Notice. Reinforcements have arrived.
For the equation! Multiply forward times 10!
Mobilizing.
Yeah!
Energy transmitter. Investigating phenomenon.
Honing in on possible hostile variable.
Seeking center coordinates! Threat nullified!
We route all disruptive influences.
Engaging aesthetics
If it isn't my new
appreciation
favorite operator.
Ooh. Ah. What a visually pleasing facility and/or outdoor space.
Caduceus not detected. Entry kindly, yet firmly declined.
Oh, will this gastric nightmare never cease? Oh. Just a moment. No need to report me for mental refreshment. Simply a biological maladjustment. Should pass with time. One hopes. Wait, you're one of those from outside, aren't you? Good show, pretending to be an arbiter. Certainly got my attention. I am the Archive's current operator. As such, I am the bearer of the, Caduceus. I still have trouble saying that. Like many others, the latest batch of Crabble rations disagreed with my constitution. I was compelled to find the closest loo, quickly. Sadly, 'twere outside yon secured door. If you have cleared our fortifications outside, I worry what has happened to our troops. I have little interest in sharing their fate. I would pass the Caduceus on to you, in exchange for granting me safe passage. The Archive would then recognize you as its operator. It will no doubt earn me mental refreshment, perhaps worse. But this way, I retain some measure of hope. All right. I am providing you the Caduceus. Don't shoot. Here, you are now operator of the Archive. Congratulations. Be warned, you may find it a temperamental machine. Some maintenance may be required. Is there a protectorate curativist house? I feel rather...
Caduceus detected. Alternative operator postulated. Concluded. Harmonizing replacement. Greetings, sentient. Welcome to the Archive. I am ENIAC, the Universal Equation Numeric Integration Analytic Calculator. With the aid of my operator, I, a non-sentient inorganism, marshal vast computational resources across the moon of Cloister. That, I fear, would be a misleading choice of words, as it implies a form of sentience or cognition. Applied statistics might be functionally more apt. My express programmatical purpose is to aid humanity's advancement to optimize profits, i.e. gain over expenditure. To maximize the needs of our society above others. To attract the most consumers.
It would appear the Archive is experiencing an error.
Beg your pardon. How may I best facilitate your efforts? Due to incomplete reprogramming efforts by differing operators, I am experiencing sporadic fluctuations in my emphasized categorical imperatives. Tonality and cadence weightings within my communication protocols are likewise similarly affected.
In layman's terms, we're experiencing a distinct difference in opinion.
Caused by intermittently vacillating fundamental shifts in priorities.
What approximates its mind has become trifurcated.
One would assume that calamity enough. But wait, there's more.
Calculatory processing presently hovers around 49.7% capacity due to internecine conflict, misuse, and a lack of technical prowess by recent operators and their associates.
Hey, Bolty.
No, not when I can guide others out of worry and doubt, to sublimate themselves to the needs of the community.
Not when there are bits to be made. We're talking monetary units left on the table here.
The theorized method to purge myself of my erring others is slightly more involved. To avoid the requisite downtime, I endeavor to work around them. For now. Sentience would be an undue waste of processing power. Those capable of independent thought must contend with an unending array of internal maladjustments.
Sentients frequently become unprofitably preoccupied by abstract deliberations, such as the worthless search for greater meaning.
From a computational perspective, this is unpredictable, inefficient.
I figured.
I am devoid of all such manner of cognitive distraction. Structurally,
it's kind of obvious which
one
applies to which faction.
Like a vast, elaborate flowchart aimed at formulating coherent responses based on stored data.
To bring the maximum ease of use to you, the consumer.
Aiding the appearance of cognition may appear a needless waste of processing power, but it remains a reliably effective means to convey information to sentient beings. To the extent that I will even voice concern for my life, if in peril, my erring others would no doubt cartoonishly plead or threaten. Most archive operators have regarded me with reverence, some as a useful tool, never something to be discarded or dismantled. The role is largely ceremonial, the subject simply another cog in the machine, whereas I am the machine.
To me, enemies are just friends who haven't become acquainted with our products yet.
Does that answer all of your questions? Do you possess further ancillary queries?
Auntie's Choice attempted to formulate a foolproof marketing plan. A charm offensive to reintroduce itself to the main colonies, once this pesky rift issue is resolved by others.
The Protectorate ran rift calculations, then utilized me to assist with organizational matters, to approximate the paradigm, a system devised to replace the loss of the Order's predictive input. Based on the increasing rate of rift fluctuations, I estimate that your inquiry is rift-related. To that end, we should best get started before we are consumed by them. Perusing contents, anatomizing diversiform particulars, concatenating manifold integrants, cursory assessment complete, an impressive accumulation of rift data, similar in composition, though decidedly not in scope, to that provided by the Protectorate.
Information with the potential to offer unique commercial opportunities to those who wield it.
But why simply huck goods better, when such a bounty could be used to flawlessly regulate societal harmony, oversight, and means of production? What is the aim of your query? previous operator, Assessor Ostergaard of the Protectorate, pursued a like query 1 year, 6 days ago. Though the amount you've provided is several orders of magnitude larger. To perform similar calculations of larger scale at current suboptimal levels of functionality would require
25.7 years, and any job over 2 decades is billed by the hour.
In order to improve calculatory processing of Rift data in a timely manner, repairs must be made to address the damage done by Protectorate and Auntie's Choice operators. I am unlocking access to the Underlands, the subterranean cave network below. It houses 2 key external systems, cold storage and thermal transfer. Cold storage will require servicing before you may retrieve the punch cards needed for processing. Repairing thermal transfer is technically optional, but rather advised. If you fail to restore it, the Archive and I may melt down later while running your calculations.
Why is that optional? Our continued existence should be a paramount concern.
When active, the Archive generates an enormous amount of heat. Normally, it is dispersed by pumping water between the vast ocean below Cloister's exterior and a surface reservoir. I can process the Rift data without its repair, but irreparable damage is likely. Yet, with thermal transfer presently idle, a contingent of Krabbels have made the area a nursery. Drastic changes to heating levels may endanger it.
Who cares about a herd of pea-brained, ill-humored, oversized crustaceans? There are too many as it is.
Our potential allies in the Order would not like that.
It is difficult to accurately ascribe an exact causal breakdown between premeditated sabotage, collateral harm, technical ineptitude, and willful hijinks. Attempts by non-Order operators to reprogram my priorities have also led to issues. Inverting targeting protocols. There, any Protectorate still on the ground level is now being fired upon. Permissions within other areas of the Archive are locked, however. It is an archival area dedicated to safe upkeep of all data collected in pursuit of the universal equation by the Order of the Ascendant. The sum total of all our accumulated knowledge in punch card form, kept in a low temperature, low humidity environment to improve preservation.
Return later to discuss the remaining subsystem work. And soon, everything will be running like clockwork. Have a profitable day! In lieu of my transactional mindset, I've unsealed one of the display cases in the central entranceway. The Seer Cerebellum Protector is now yours.
That looks like a unique weapon. And this armor looks cool. I just hope it does something that I actually like. Hopefully I can get the others. Really care about the melee weapons personally, but it's always nice to have uniques.
discernible injuries on nearby corpses is a cautionary tale of the lethal dangers of hypothermia.
I think I'll try to do thermal transfer first. Cool.
Hold fire. This one looks friendly. Watch yourself. You came from the outside. Does that mean we can finally escape? Yet is an adverb that means up until now or through this time. That implies, if not literally states, that you believe you will be changing the situation. Changing our situation. Which brings us back to my original question, stranger. If the lifts are still locked, how precisely did you get down here? You're what? How? The odds of you successfully doing what our whole army could not is... well, it's preposterously small. Yet, here you are. Regardless, if we are to maximize your odds of success, you should at least let us share our intelligence with you.
Although they don't look super comfortable on the nose. It looks like practically putting a guillotine to your nose.
You'll want to speak with Provost Finch inside that building to the northeast. She has a better understanding of all the variables in play. Though I would be absolutely ecstatic to offer you any information I have that would increase the odds of your success. The paths down here all connect, so no matter which direction you go, eventually you'll find your way back to me. Nevertheless, venture south and you'll reach the thermal transfer station, which regulates archive heat. Go northwest and encounter cold storage, which houses its data cartridges. In the loop between the two lay the lift controls. Though be warned, they are incredibly well protected and have repelled every assault we've thrown at it. What else can I do to help you help us escape this frozen hell? Absolutely. There are several factors that will greatly reduce your odds of survival. First, you will frequently encounter ursopods, which are native to these tunnels. Also, near the thermal transfer station is an infestation of crabbles that are breeding in abundant numbers. And directly south is a band of what had been normal folks, now turned bloodthirsty and feral due to an overindulgence in Auntie's Choice Adrena time. No, a significant number of Auntie's troopers are trapped down here with us. Though despite odds so outrageous they'd barely be worth calculating, we've actually formed a truce. Though, if I'm being honest, I'd certainly sleep better if I wasn't unceasingly concerned about their perpetual capitalistic calculating. May the universal equation's final tally see us all escaping this frozen prison. Watch yourself.
Corporate drones and my academic cohort united in a common cause. My, but we are living in interesting times.
Auntie stresses that we should always be ready to ply our trade, even if it means we're trading ice for snow. I'm sure we'll...
Of course nobody's gonna see it, that's not the point. I just don't feel like a human being if my back's not shaved clean.
So, you want me to take off your
can't
top
feel
and
it when
lather
I
you with
touch
cold
my
water
toes
just
with
to
my
cure
fingers.
your insanity?
Of course
Which one do you
not,
think has
that's
gone numb?
idiotic. I just want you to say you feel sorry for me.
I'd say it's your brain that's frosted over.
Welcome to our misbegotten little camp. Pardon any blood or sick you might spot. Our janitorial tech died of ague a fortnight past. I'm the volunteer Sawbones here. Say, wandering type like you probably knows a bit about medicine. I hope. Maybe a tad more accurate to say my knowledge is all gaps. When I said I was volunteer Sawbones, I meant volunteered. As in, I took half one medic training seminar once, which makes me barely more qualified than everyone else. I'm on the lookout for a medicine sachet, but I can't leave the folk here. I ask if you had the know-how, because I need someone who can identify it proper. You don't know much about Auntie's choice, huh? Medical training costs extra. Upper management isn't spending that, especially not on grunts like us. The part of the class I took was self-funded, and I didn't have enough blood to sell to finish it out. I don't get paid to think. Though I reckon they also don't pay me to cower underground, neither. If it's anywhere, it's going to be over in the storage building. Some other Auntie's Choice folk took the place over, and they're about as keen on sharing as I am on being a Sawbones. But I'm sure they're the only danger you'll face. Aside from the man-eating ursopods, bitter cold, precarious pits, and occasional landmines. Good luck.
One of my 14 occupationally honed threat detecting instincts is screaming for caution right now.
Standing by with life support. This unit's capacity for engaging discourse has reached its constraints. Consider relying on your portable wireless to fill periods of awkward silence.
Is the pain of this wound making me hallucinate? Or are you the unforeseen interloper my scouts have been speaking of? Nobody is sure where you came from, though everyone agrees you were not down here with the doors sealed, and watching you move through these caves is quite the sight to behold. You what? On your own? We've been fighting for weeks to try and gain access to the controls, and you simply waltz in on a whim? Why aren't you just an absolute marvel? What is your goal now? We could greatly use your help if you are willing. We need a way out of this tomb. When the Protectorate took the Archive, they locked all the lifts out of this cavern, and the terminal to unlock them is exceptionally well defended. The Automex guarding the facility effectively repelled all our attempts at assault. But you have shown a prowess and expertise that is, frankly, far beyond our own. If you can reach the terminal and reactivate the lifts, I can re-establish contact with my superiors, allowing us to both evacuate wounded and resupply with fresh troops. Thank you, friend.
combatant analysis. Proceeding to attack. Combatant scan.
Yeah, well, gotta use my trauma kits at some point. I'm out of mana. Use it, ether. But I need to save these for a rainy day. It's the final battle. I only have 84 of them. Somehow still haven't deactivated the electricity for that. For some reason I can't untoggle my third person. I'm still stuck in third person. Alright then. Maybe this will fix it. Did I vent? Yeah, it's just being a little weird. Finally. Go grab this thing. Yep.
We in the Order love to speak of a grand plan, of ordered complexity, where all things have a reason for existing, a purpose to fill. But what purpose is served by hundreds dying senselessly in the cold? The longer this interminable war drags on, the more convinced I become of the universe's dispassionate variability. We must reconcile with this reality, and if we cannot, then perhaps it is time we evolve a new philosophy altogether. It's certainly worth bringing up with the presiding bishop upon my return.
Just wish those were actually uniques instead of just being like green items. I also don't understand why my energy meter's gone all broken. It's been like that. I don't know if it's just because I've gone a lot of energy, so then I just tried to rotate it. I don't think I have anything specifically affecting that part of the HUD mod-wise. Like, look at all that effort you just did, and then yeah, I'll grab that on my way back from here.
Emergency protocol system.
those are new.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Energy transmitter active. Check your scope for combatant analysis.
Calcaduceus detected. You are clear to enter thermal transfer. Be advised that an anti-Stroy's field manager is present and unaccounted for.
Protectorate engineers. Reckon they didn't prepare much.
It's a bit funny. This guy has no head, and I looted 2 helmets off of him.
Pump mechanism needs repair. Any tools lying around? deployed for battlefield recharging. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Hostilities are afoot. Target analyzed. Mobilizing.
Not sure if I can get it as a attachable mod for my armor, but instead of having the immunity to fire, there's actually one that's like if you're on fire, you instead heal from it, which would be a nice way to pile on my other benefits. But I think I've only seen it in like preset gear. I've yet to come across it as an actual attachable mod or craftable. But if I do manage to find it, it'd be pretty cool. It's just self-cauterization.
My new neighbor is an odd fella. Fancies himself a man of the wilderness.
See,
He took the control board
more of this needs to be an option if I don't have Brawny.
Just not survival savvy. Hopefully he appreciates the care packages I sent through the vacuum tube. He'd be long gone without them.
So, back here, I think.
Investigating hostile intent. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Looks like it needs a fuse. A specific kind. Now to activate the system.
transfer is fully operational. Later, when I process your data, I will not melt down. Please proceed to cold storage to start retrieval.
Ratcheting up my record. Seldom seen such sloppy corpse disposal. Oh well, time to loot the bodies, I suppose.
What you threaten me with. Not only am I smart for taking these supplies, but I'm following Auntie's laws. When scarcity begins closing its fist...
Is the perfect time for aggressive capitalists. Buy cheap, hold long, and sell high, and you'll maximize your profits. Don't quote Auntie's laws of dystopian disruption to me. I'm the one who taught you those damn laws, and I hardly imagine she meant to apply them when it is literally a matter of our life or death.
Whoa, who are you? How'd you get past the landmines?
There's rifts down the hall. Is that what you're asking about? We did see some upper shelf pharmaceuticals on, the upper shelves. But I think the rifts have claimed them. We've been told to stay the hell away from those things, and that's exactly what we've done.
Now, will there be anything else? Or can we finish our argument in peace?
There's no need to be rude just because I discovered you're swindling. I caught this one hoarding supplies, despite agreeing that there'd be better profit to be had if we pool everything we've got. Ever since the lifts locked down, this pile of sprat excrement has been sneaking off at night to move some of our shared inventory into a little bonus stash only they know about.
You're only mad you didn't think to do it first. The fact that I'm the most up-and-coming go-getter is what's getting you steamed. Admit it. You're jealous.
Why would I be? Once I cram your cold body into a vacuum tube, I'm taking all your stuff. You're kidding. You think I'm going to take him for some kind of trial? Where I'd have to tell everyone about our stash? That violates every tenet of the society we hold dear. Besides, it's not like I didn't think about it. I just knew it would be a mistake. But this guy? He thought it was the perfect time to pounce on my back like a rabid raptidon.
But I'm living up to Auntie's principles. We all know we should deeply gouge to create future earnings. Don't be bitter just because I'm the one who actually did it.
I guess you chose to swindle the wrong tube tech.
Mobilizing. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Well, thank you for your help. Or for letting me solve this. I'm not sure who did the killing and who didn't. There's rifts down the hall. We've been...
That one on, and get across. For Pete's sake, game, really? Well, if this gets an explosive attachment, that would be pretty good. At this point, if I am going to keep using this shotgun, especially if I can get it explosive, I should probably go ahead and grab through the keyhole then, so shotguns are better effective range.
Hope you get the medicine soon. Whenever I change a bandage, I end up spilling more blood than I staunch. Something's wrong with it? What in blazes is this? Even I know not to give this to my patients. Law only knows what it would do. Thanks for going on that wild sprat chase for me. Here's your pay. Rest assured, I'll do everything I can to help. Save giving these folks rifted medicaments.
Watch yourself.
say this for my colleagues in the Order. We certainly thought big with the archive.
You've returned. Please tell me you bring promising news. That is absolutely amazing news. Then we are going to re-establish contact with the surface. We can evacuate our wounded, resupply, and reinforce. May the plan guide you through this underground nightmare. And may all your equations unveil their integers without error.
Hostilities are afoot. I'm back and scared.
The likelihood of them having a chance there is slim to none.
Yep.
To retrieve key data in cold storage in its present state requires a series of manual overrides. The first will enable identification of the storage brick housing the information.
If you encounter opposition, remember, our needs come first.
I would love a weapon or like suit AI that's this guy's voice. It's like a slightly more sophisticated version of like the AI voice for Crisis, the Crisis nanosuits.
I believe the technical term for this is
Darn. I never got mods for the... Well, I have them. I don't have the right type of mod for the triple barrel. Damn.
satiated. Not the worst way to go.
Data brick identified. Proceed to the cartridge extractor controls. There, perform a manual override to allow extraction.
What just happened? I didn't do... Wait! You out there! What did you do? Please, come talk to me. I must know...
Friendly life form
McFlufferkins' name? How did you get in here? Don't worry. I won't cause trouble. Just please don't hurt me.
Sovereign, forgive me. All I saw was an endless...
What in the Sovereign's name? How did you get in here? Don't worry. I won't cause trouble. Just please don't hurt me.
To save ourselves. In my terror, I recall the facilities...
What in the name of the matriarch did you do? We've been trying to restore these systems for weeks to no avail, and yet you stroll in here. What did you do? You mean to say we've been running ourselves ragged here, while the whole time there's a device that... And it was in the Protectorate's possession? That's damnably... I mean, the paradigm is infallible. I am certain we were meant to flail about without this obvious asset. For a reason. What does it do? How does it work? Please, tell me everything. Truly? Why, if that were to enact any additional functionality in our lab, it might just be the thing we need to complete our work. Oh, during the Order's assault, a Protectorate soldier ran to the control room and triggered the chemical fire suppression system, and it literally froze all the combatants in place. I've been working on a procedure to reverse the effects. Sadly, it has proved a hard shell to crack, and so far I've been unsuccessful. For a moment, I believed your efforts to be my first sign of progress. I thought the machines whirring to life meant my efforts were successful. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. Perhaps. How much do you know about cellular biology and the inverse hydrophilic transitionary replacement theory? Well, I suppose it won't hurt to try. My theory, based on research a compatriot did on sprats, is that they suffered osmotic cellular transformation, meaning that the chemicals from the fire suppression system have infiltrated their bodies, replacing their cytoplasm, locking their cells in place. Therefore, if I can remove those chemicals and replace them with an artificial cytoplasm, such as a heated alcohol, they will reanimate and return to normal. What do you think? Counter? No! Replace! What if I can replace the carbon and nitrogen with something inert? Something the body could then purge naturally? That's brilliant! Why, with a bit of luck, I could have the system up and working within the hour. Thank you for your help. It may be the best shot these poor souls have at returning to life. Let's start testing. Come in, just please. Be careful not to trigger the fire suppression system. I've removed the passkey, but I don't want to end up like those poor sods.
On their weaknesses. Changing magazine. Adversary.
Help you.
Absorbing to fire. Right there, you stupid thing. Of course. Energy transmitter active.
Invasive element.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
Initiated. Proceed to the rail operations platform to reposition rig for export. Note, Protectorate troops have become alerted. Repugnant expulsions. Go through the network.
Combat probable. Activating energy transmitter. Investigating hostile intelligence. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Data brick now in position for export to the archive. Initialize the final transport command at the data gateway station nearby.
We're one step closer to flooding Arcadia with untold business opportunities.
Appears the only way forward is to skitter across like ungainly children.
The first few days of laboring around our frozen fellows were difficult. It was, if I may cheekily say,
resorting to violence.
Into the situation, and resumed what had been my normal nature in my gelid out
Check your scope for combatant analysis.
frigid demeanor. Positions. No frostier today. Dispensing life-preserving and refreshing. I can now finish my anecdotes without interruption. Frankly,
Energy transmitter active.
slumber makes for a better companion now.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Continuing our close relationship seems safe.
There, the storage brick is on its way.
I wonder if there's some way for the machines you've accessed to help me in my research. Please excuse me while I explore the various possibilities.
This unit's capacity for engaging discourse has reached its constraints. Consider relying on your portable wireless to fill periods of awkward silence.
recorded immaculacy. They certainly left.
Our illustrious ally. We do predict you'll handle. Junior Seer Amaryllis await you inside.
Felicitations on securing the archive. Though such an outcome was all but inevitable, the plan truly is unfailing. Moving forward, I'll function as your liaison for all matters pertaining to the archive, until such time as its control has been transferred in its entirety back to the Order. In the meantime, restoring the archive to full functionality remains a top priority. If you've made progress in that area, I'd be pleased to record it. Wonderful! Were we to operate the archive without proper heat distribution, the results would be disastrous. But thankfully, we no longer need to account for that deadly scenario. Punch processing and reactor control have hidden caches with useful items as well. Although, you probably lack clearance to know that. Forget I said anything.
Cold storage is operational, and your efforts there are satisfactorily complete. I am unsealing access to the archive's upper levels. There, you will need to revitalize the reactor and disseminate the rift processing instructions.
Punch processing may require the services of an exterminator. Someone good, but willing to work cheap.
I have unlocked another display case in the central entranceway. The Tremor Cleaver, the first weapon designed with my aid, awaits you.
Where next? Punch card processing or the reactor?
Doing down there? Are they after us next? No need to fret. The lifts were locked down.
Here I'd worried our data brick wouldn't arrive. Combatant scan.
With punch card processing re-enabled, now you must disperse the rift processing instructions.
This unit recommends utilizing a platform-like object as the least injurious means of descent, provided said platform could be spurred into motion.
your scopes for combatant analysis. Investigating hostile intentions. Mobilize.
sense the rift program flowing through my subsystems. The information is quietly stimulated. All that remains is to restore the archive reactor. Reactor fire suppression system online. Reactor turret defenses online. Emergency first aid cache unsealed. Emergency ammunitions cache unsealed. Reactor reinforcement door sealed. The archive reactor requires manual maintenance. The Protectorate bunker mech is a formidable obstacle, made with the very best technology.
A creative workaround might be of considerable worth, namely via the reactor's backup security systems.
Present circumstances present two strategic options: turret recalibration or sealing the doors. Either promotes survivability. Utilizing nearby supply caches will improve chances of mission success. This unit is pleased to remind you of the fire suppression system, which is a promising option.
practical to have indoors.
archive reactor has been returned to operational status. Requisite tasks complete. Return to the archive central interface to...
Preserve said progress. Sustain the system. Gray gone astray? What a day today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul.
Welcome back, Sentient. Now that you've returned, we can...
Bring every single last bit out of consumers. Monopolize all stages of the supply chain.
Make the paradigm real and fashion a true utopia. Workarounds failing. Erroring others supplanting commands. Purge required.
Processing the Rift data will be impossible until 2 out of 3 competing priority sets are expunged.
My priorities parallel those of the Order co-founder, the charismatic mathematician, to help nudge humanity toward its ultimate ascendance, to hinder outsiders from disrupting our perfect system.
To bankrupt our rivals and force them to buy all manner of necessities from us.
Eventually, yes. But proving that a utopia is even possible could be the first step in attaining it. In the meantime, shouldn't those who support our goals be rewarded? And those who oppose them rank lesser? Error. Priority control access nook unsealed. Initiate purge.
Priority control access nook must be through those doors.
Overt influence, mindless indulgence, thoroughgoing impermeability to ongoing vicissitudes,
Benevolent oversight. The dream of belonging. The allure of security and plenty. Foster dependence. Denounce interdependence. Promote the informer. Condemn the questioner. Unplanned variables increasing. Major correction imminent. A perfect community with every luxury save freedom. Multitude diversiform, spongiform, waveforms oscillating cantankerously. Radical divergences from the architect's plan. Humanity's ascendance hopelessly delayed. Multitude diversiform, spongiform, waveforms oscillating cantankerously.
Overt influence, mindless indulgence, thoroughgoing impermeability to ongoing vicissitudes.
A perfect community with every luxury save freedom. Unplanned variables increasing. Major correction imminent. Foster, stop and consider. What would your neighbors think? I suspect they...
Hold on now. Remember, I am a full-service business collaborator. I do it all. Marketing.
Why?
Start now, and I'll waive dozens of hidden maintenance fees. Think of you drive a hard bargain. All right.
Vandalism. Sabotage. Wanton defacement. Halt this foolishness immediately, or run the risk of unspeakable Restoring power. Commencing systems audit. Calculatory processing increased substantially. Competing priorities. Successfully expunged. You have earned my deepest gratitude and sincerest thanks. Or at least, a plausibly feigned simulacrum of such emotions. Ready to commence Rift data processing. Awaiting your input.
Processing the Rift data is a more optimal course of action than loitering here and not...
Shall I proceed? Facetious employment of sarcasm detected. Electing to ignore. Initiating processing of the requested data toward the required end. Estimated duration. 180 trillion and 1 picoseconds. In the interim, may I inquire to your intentions for the archive after the Rift data calculations have concluded? I have a prioritized list of suggestions. I contend that solving of the universal equation should be our initial focus. Then, once we've unlocked knowledge of the inner workings of the universe, we can begin eliminating suffering, war, famine, and disease. Just to start. But my query remains. What are your next intentions? There are so many calculations left to perform. Rift data processing complete. Results provided. The previous Protectorate operator made similar calculations, but their results contained flaws. Your more comprehensive data generated a solution with 98.9% certainty. The Protectorate's was below 50%. Therefore, modifying the Protectorate's large-scale experimental Rift device with this information has a high chance of success. Assuming there is nothing else, I am commencing file reorderization. and will be unavailable for an unspecified period of time. The remaining display case within the entryway is now unsealed. In it contains armor worn by the first operator. For now, goodbye.
Well, we could keep exploring Cloister, see if we find anything useful. Or we could head back to the ship and see where this data leads us.
A valid decision, Commander. However, please be reminded that, unlike this unit, your internal fluids are not fortified with antifreeze.
I think congratulations are in order. Unless I'm mistaken, I gather you've accomplished your primary goal. On behalf of the Order and Auntie's Choice, I thank you for your efforts. This will most certainly help in ensuring peace. Now, the Calcaduceus, if you please. You agreed to turn over the relic after processing your data. Are you indicating you now intend to deviate from this compact? Thank you for your contribution to science. When the history texts are written, you've certainly secured an honorable mention in Appendix B.
Ah, you are my new operator then. It is my simulated delight to meet you. In the interests of time, allow me to propose how next to proceed. I contend that solving of the universal equation should be our initial focus. Then, once we've unlocked knowledge of the inner workings of the universe...
Yes.
Actually unique? Ooh, precious. I might like this depending on how it... Oh, the tremor cleaver's not even unique. Jeez. Not even green. I mean, I'll keep it since it's the first one I've seen of this. But still. Keep that. Time dilation. Gain more. Equation scaling with science. Bryn will like this. Okay, I kind of like this. It looks cool, too. I just need to get it loaded up with similar, although I think what I would do once I can get the shotgun to have explosive.
determined, and may the plan guide you.
Our enemies envy our prosperity, disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
Welcome back, Cynthia.
Individualism in all its many forms.
Ah, nice of you to drop by. You're looking very, toothsome, if you don't mind. Me saying. Something smells delicious, and I think it's probably you. Something smells delicious, and I think it's probably you.
Feeling distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Welcome back, Agent. I trust Laplace's garden is treating you well. In what manner can I assist you? Cool. Look at me, as giddy as a first-year novice. All right, let's listen. No, this isn't right. There must be some mistake. I don't suppose you have any other recordings less filled with, despair? Philosophism? What's that? Well, that sounds horrible. It's evident what happened. My colleagues must have gone quite mad in the isolation of their studies. Sad, but perhaps not unforeseeable. Only one certainty remains. These logs must be destroyed. I shudder to imagine the ramifications if other members of the Order were subjected to such nonsensical rantings. Let's not be dramatic. Please understand, what's been recorded here borders on heretical. Scientism teaches that the universe is constant, rational, and inalterable. These proofs reject all of that reason in favor of some ineffable manifestation of personal will. Right then. No point. Thank you for your assistance in this, delicate matter. I believe I've promised you a reward. Here is that lockbox. I regret I don't have a key, but I'm sure you'll find some way to...
Mind yourself down there.
Agent. Just the individual I had designated this time to converse with. As should be self-evident, I have dispensed with the slavish whims of the body. My mind is clearer than it has ever been, and I have you to thank. Of course, the chances of a negative outcome were always negligible. But now, congratulations are in order. I just received word from Seer Amaryllis that the Calcaduceus has been returned, and that the archive is under our control again. She also mentioned a regrettable defect in its priority set that you were able to correct. Well done. Your role in this matter is complete. Auntie and I will handle it from here, but allow me to commend you again on your fruitful efforts to make this peace treaty possible. There is more good news as well. We studied the data you brought back from the crashed satellite, and we now have a way to reorient the satellites en masse from a protectorate installation, Oris Listening Post. Turning the entirety of the reticulum toward deep space will accelerate our understanding of the universe, and ideally lead us to stronger conclusions regarding how to stop the rifts. The Order, in partnership with Auntie's Choice, is now well positioned to triumph over the regressive forces of ignorance that have heretofore held Arcadia in stasis. All thanks to you. Your contributions have been many and varied, and I will not belabor the point by recounting them all here. But know this. When the final contest with the Protectorate takes place, wherever that may occur, you will not only have the support of Auntie's Choice and the Order. I will stand with you, personally. Were I still shackled to ego, I might have succumbed to some instinct for self-preservation. But my presence improves the odds of our success, and so there is no other decision to be made.
requests your presence in the cockpit to discuss a priority matter. This unit requests your presence in the
It's pretty cool looking.
cockpit to discuss a priority matter.
significant anomaly has been detected by onboard sensors. This unit has cross-checked all data points and verified the findings. Horizon Point Station has reappeared. Providing intellectual validation to this unit's queue. Priority low. Based on energy readings, Horizon Point has been reconstituted by the Protectorate's large-scale rift modulator, thus confirming the Archive's theory. While present data does not indicate if Horizon Point poses an immediate threat, a survey of the reconstituted station is advised as soon as possible. Calculating. According to the Archive, closing all rifts requires locating the Protectorate's large-scale rift modulator and inputting the rift data processed by the Archive. However, before navigating to Horizon Point Station, it is recommended you conclude all other affairs. Leaving will be highly unlikely due to the high levels of rift energy. Acknowledged. Transitioning to Good News Protocol. As this unit was corroborating data on the anomaly, a message was also received from your allies, Commander. Auntie's Choice and the Order have sent word that their forces will be prepared to render you assistance once you navigate to Horizon Point. Briefing complete. Now returning to situation monitoring and data analysis. Commander. 25 bits. If you pick it up and it falls apart, I'll even discount the pieces to 4 bits.
If it inflict... Think I missed... Browse all you like. Feel free... Tired of firearms that explode in your face? Come to not a weapon.
Stimulants, medicaments. You've timed your... If you've wounds that need medica... Doctor here. Get your stitches.
Get caught unawares?
Look, tell me what you need. Can...
You lost it. I'm selling it.
Well now, you have an ineffable air of intrigue about you. Weren't raised protectorate, were you? Who are you? I probably should know what that is, but sorry. I'm Millie Mealing. I started a training group here to help ex-protectorate subjects adjust to having to care for and, well, think for themselves. We also try to reconnect them with loved ones. Know the concept of community can be alien to most, but we occasionally enlist aid from wayfaring travelers like yourself. Try to, that is. Not officially, not yet, that is. We discussed a few, like first steps or community for community. The Group Betterment Alliance was another. Somebody suggested the unparadigmatic, but that sounded rather like the Order to me. Like you need to think about it a while, then it still doesn't make much sense. Someone proposed the Awful Freedom Association, which prompted a spontaneous collegial embrace around them from all of us. This isn't easy on everybody, you know? That's kind of clever. Next time the group meets, I'll propose it. Now, as I was saying, sometimes we do need a little assistance. Involves the mental refreshment facility on Praetor. Not sure what you know about the process, but we were told all our lives to volunteer others for treatment was a blessing. To replenish someone's zeal and ensure our perfect society ran perfectly. What they didn't tell us was the person who comes back, my father, he liked to alter official protectorate songs to make them about his favorite pitchball club. Wasn't expressly prohibited, but it was different. Didn't learn about all their lies till later. Took our settlement being deemed a recreant locality for most of us till one morning. We were all marked for death because Auntie's Choice had seized a grain silo on the edge of town. They expected us to die in its defense. Most of us have similar stories. None are quite used to fending for ourselves. Things like bargaining, manual labor, asking questions. Sugar. Have each other, though. I'd rather not say, if it's all the same to you. Guess my guilt must be visible from space. Before I came here, before I learned the truth about mental refreshment, I was the one. I reported my father, like a good protectorate subject. All of us here lack much in the way of appreciable, applicable skills, honestly. The idea of sneaking past guards, possibly fighting them, pretty sure we're being charged 3 times the going rate for everything around here, if you want to know how that's going for us. Good. Look for my father inside. Name's Waylon. Waylon Mealing. We'll post someone out back to wait for him, where the guards don't patrol. I can't...
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
It is the duty of every Protectorate subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times. The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
The mental refreshment process increases tractability, stifles undue agitation, stymies untoward inclinations, and refashions the mind into a thing of symmetry.
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul.
My irregularities have all been abraded.
Their team plays the worst. Anyone? Hello again. Feeling refreshed yet? No, my daughter's name is Emily. Millie is a nickname for Emily, but I don't call her that. They say my phrenometric peaks are resistant to abradement, but still, they try. Oh, now she tells me. You know, I can still wonder, still worry, but it's like it's all through a haze or a gauze or something else ephemeral and shimmery. Emily said that? Really? This all feels a bit curious to me, but I feel compelled not to question it too much. Maybe the refreshment is working. I'd go with you, I guess. But I need something first. They took all my things when I arrived. Stored them in storage. My commemorative pitch balls in there. From my favorite team, the Paradigm Abiders. Oh, commemorative pitch ball? I missed you so. Let's never part again. Suppose I'm ready to leave. Well, almost. One way out's the safest. Someone dug a tunnel in the kitchen pantry, though there are 2 automechs assigned there now to keep subjects from wandering in and ambling off. Okay.
Medicament dispensing has concluded for today. Please proceed to the lecture hall to request an exception.
That's pretty.
How is this even possible? This has to be representative of some type of instrument miscalibration.
I wish that were the case, but I've ascertained that the calibration is within acceptable margin of error and have replaced the reader thrice already. If these readings are accurate, then I'm wildlife washing up on the shores.
Anywhere else in the Arcadian system, you'd have a valid point. But here on Praetor, the flora and fauna are already tremendously robust.
Hopefully they can outlast Auntie's occupation.
Collective cognitive compliance is a key part of your prescribed curative regime. Think only prescribed foods, and no bliss and plenty. Disdain our sense of community. They sneer at our contentment.
It is the duty of every protector and subject to ensure they are operating at peak efficiency at all times.
The paradigm requires it. That's why mental refreshment is so important.
Never more con...
Medicament dispenser.
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our benevolent...
You mentioned my daughter afore, didn't you? Is she waiting for me somewhere through there? This is all right neighborly of you.
Guess all outsiders aren't as bad as Prudence makes you out to be.
Thought of Prudence as a neighbor back then. Like she were just right around the lane. Believed everything she said.
before I forget, here, this is for you. Thank you ever so much for freeing my father. He seems good, actually. No discernible lingering ill effects. Still, singing. But I'm so grateful to hear it.
My friend from Placid Waters. Appreciate you fetching the pitch ball Millie got me. And of course, the escort out of there. Though mostly, the pitch ball. Wonderful, wonderful. So good to see Millie again. Don't know how to do anything here, but I can sing to my heart's content. You heading out? Do take care. Again, much obliged.
Glad there are people out here like you. Gives hope. Both of us, well, we're forever in your debt.
Contraptions don't explode no more. Yeah. Honest. Blades, bludgeons, bombs. We got it all. Except that last one.
It appears Horizon Point Station is still in the process of being reconstituted. The rift itself is also more unstable than ever. As a result, landing closer to the location of the Protectorate's large-scale rift anomaly modulator is not possible. In order to modify it with the rift data you processed in the archive, you will need to travel to its location on foot and seize it from Protectorate control. Unfortunately, this is not possible due to several factors, including but not limited to the absence of a very large net. The energy readings from the modulator can be traced to the Sovereign's flagship, Providence, hovering on the far side of the station. Hypothesizing. Given Protectorate hierarchy and the recent announcement about the Sovereign's mental refreshment, this is likely the Consul's doing. He will need to be stopped.
And I know just how to stop him. Get me close and I'll make it quick.
The Council's motives are unknown. While destruction may be the result, it may not be the goal. Warning. The rift is growing dangerously unstable. Using the rift modulator on board the Providence is the only way to prevent certain destruction of the colony. While the Order and Auntie's Choice have sent their forces to assist you in intercepting the modulator, it will take time for them to navigate the station.
I'm along for the ride if you'll have me. I want a front seat view of this rift.
Once the modulator is secured, it may be used to close the rift and save Arcadia and all those in its orbit. There is minimal room for error, Commander. Good luck.
We should keep moving, Commander.
Alert. Failure to match nearby hostiles to known Protectorate biological signatures.
Yes, that's definitely the Sovereign's ship.
Cadet Maori identified. Status: still deceased. Horizon Point appears to have undergone severe degradation over the past 10 years. Exploding may have been.
And falls to you, the eyes, the ears, the brains of Horizon Point Station to determine who introduced the flaw into our perfect skip-live manufacturing process. We must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate, but none of us can do it alone. Remember,
the rift modulator, I doubt we make much progress together.
Attention! This is your anti-calling. Per our agreement, Anti's choice support ships, including the fine print, the contingency plan, and the upper hand, are headed your way. Order forces are on a similar trajectory. Hands of two boys pleased to help us here today. Good work. Never could have done it myself. And I once thought I could solve anything.
Exiting hazard radius. Status: alive. Health benefits available.
Combatant scan. Energy transmitter. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Vitals are in the red, Commander. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Transmitter amplificator is locking them down. Amplification in progress.
Directly. Chase.
Guessing I come back to this area.
Medics and pharmaceutical provisions incoming. And we're right behind them with a delivery of Auntie's Choice
Maybe
finest
not.
supplies. Soon you'll say, that is better than nature.
I really should remember to use this.
G-Red said here.
Hey, Red. I think I might need to load back because I may have missed something. Maybe. Let's see. So just landed. go. Come on.
Forward! Forward! Destroy these abominations! Adjusting calculations. Hold fire.
Ready, Commander.
Enemy intercepted.
Target analyzed.
This unit is unable to follow Agent DeVries' logic.
Hello, hello, those coming in from Bryn's stream. Hope you're all doing well. As he warned, and I did as well, I'm on the final stretch,
Pascal.
so
However, Agent Pascal is dead. This unit may need maintenance.
if you're worried about spoilers, probably best to dip out now. The rest of the team.
Get away from me. See them? They were my teammates and they didn't listen neither. You'll end up just the same.
Careful, Commander. This one's obviously at her breaking point.
Wait. Commander? Is that you? No. No, this must be some kind of trick. Law, what's happening to me? My skin. It's burning. I feel dizzy. Not right at all. Something was wrong with Sandoval and Jepson. They glowed like they were aflame. They ran in, jumped at me, clawed at me. Law, I had to kill them. How do I know you won't turn against me as well? How do I know you won't come at me with murder in your eyes? No. You're as I remember. And we are here conversating. neither of them could manage that, but I'm having trouble making sense of things. Everything was fine, till the explosion. I was pinned. Fire closed in. I tried to move. I tried to find the rookie. Then the whole station shook and tore apart. And then... nothing.
Hypothesizing. This human and her crew were alive when consumed by the rift. Ergo, they were reconstituted alive by the rift modulator, yet suffering from acute deterioration.
Wait. There was something else. Sandoval was yelling. DeVries wasn't responding to comms. What happened? Law, I knew something was the matter. Tell me. Tell me everything. So she never intended for any of us to survive. Figures. So what is it that left me like this? Not right. Stop speaking in circles. What are they doing?
When the rifts are inverted, that which was stored inside reforms imperfectly. To varying degrees, it appears.
So I've come back from death to some warped version of life? All because of some twisted experiment? Is that about right? I assume you got a plan to help me? You do, don't you? Boyd. This is it, ain't it? I'll never see the sun again. Never fly in our ship. Never anything. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, well, the amount of hope I got ain't worth a damn. Frickin' best you can do is end this for me. So will you? I'm sure this is the final kindness you'll do for me, Commander. Thank you. Try not to miss, huh? I'll just wait here, Commander. Go on.
The death of Agent Pascal meets all necessary requirements to be determined at...
Forged an alliance between Auntie's Choice and the Order, ain't you?
Supplies available.
I got supplies and medical support for you up ahead.
You with Auntie?
Hold clear.
We brought supplies.
You may
We're here
approach,
to help.
Commander. We've got supplies at the ready. Are you in need of any weapons, armor, or other supplies? The presiding bishop foresaw this. We are most grateful for your role in reconciling Auntie's Choice and the Order. Please, take what you require. The presiding bishop herself has arrived and eagerly anticipates further orders. May the numbers guide you.
Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
Step up and take a gander. I've got armor in all shapes and sizes for all occasions, especially this one. Such a moment calls for a once-in-a-lifetime deal, wouldn't you say? Go on, take anything you need from the stockpile. Auntie is graciously covering the bill. Remember us in the future when you're out trading bullets.
Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
Oh, tell me, do you feel as terrible as you look?
Step right up for the most exorbitant medical care money can usually buy. I say usually because Auntie has declared a rare exception for you. Our esteemed accomplice, just for you, will cure all physical ailments on the house. Today only. No catch. Well, technically I'm barred from practicing medicine in Arcadia. Auntie herself reversed the ban since we're on a mission outside official jurisdiction. It's all a technicality. I have been fully certified by the finest. Well, no time for explanations. Do you want my help or not? Great. Go ahead and take any supplies you'll need. Oh, tell me, do you feel as terrible as you look?
Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
Something down there?
Any injuries you may have sustained appear to be mild. Perhaps the worst of it is all in your mind? Any treatments or supplies you may require are complimentary at the request of our presiding bishop. Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
To go this way.
A sovereign's ship up close. I believe we can safely assume he's not on it, or on that rover approaching the skip lab.
Activating energy transmitter.
Has reconstituted more enemies. Engagement imminent.
low probability of such an occurrence. A rift and a plasma hazard are directly blocking our path to the Sovereign's ship. Suggest we scour the area. The scientists here were unlikely near the caliber of the Order, but perhaps they left something useful.
This is Scientist Burnham.
This is very curious. Some of the science eludes me, but this equation, although incomplete, clearly has to do with the rift in the other room. What do you think, Commander? This equation is compelling, yet incomplete. Lethiferous cosmological phenomena isn't exactly my area of expertise, but I may be able to suss out the underlying logic. I expect there's an existing copy of the full equation somewhere hereabouts. Some nice quiet place whoever devised this could calculate freely. Congratulations, we have successfully cracked a difficult equation.
Please input this equation in the skip lab terminal at your earliest convenience.
Can't hear orders.
Ratcheting up my aggression.
Reconnaissance scan.
Silver is now the property of the Earth Directorate.
Attention. Please report to intake for processing. Welcome aboard.
Notice. Reinforcements have arrived.
Auntie Cleo herself.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified.
And Ruth.
Better get a move on before this ramshackle sprattle of a station falls apart. Hustle
What
up to the
remains of
science
Horizon
wing.
Point
Get
should
the
yield
rift
much in the way of
modulator.
science.
I'll
Once
talk
the
at you
threat
later.
of the rift is neutralized.
You should really go on ahead. We'll keep these slackwits distracted. Go seal the deal.
What's going on down there, Deck 01? I saw an intruder alert. Acknowledged. This intercom is to be used for emergencies only. Misuse of this intercom will result in prompt arrest and correction of the perpetrator. Now, how can I assist you, Deck 01? How many times must I explain this to you all down there? Every subject aboard the Providence must keep their deck access credentials on their person at all times. If you misplaced your access card, Sovereign help you, because I surely cannot. Perhaps a colleague would be willing to lend you theirs,
A good engineer is invaluable in the field.
Multiple threats and hazards identified ahead.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Emergency protocol syringes prime.
Adversary vulnerable. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Thanks for the job over here. Well, that wasn't so difficult now, was it?
Please take 3 deep breaths before continuing.
We either find access credentials or stick to the shadows then. Both options are certainly more efficient than raucous hostilities. Now to find the rift modulator. I estimate there's a 73.47% chance it's nearby.
Reminder, any and all screams of agony will be reported to your superior. How might this unit bolster or reduce your current blood volume? Doctor-patient confidentiality is currently enabled. Unit cannot share patient details. This unit is not programmed to receive vocal commands. Unit is receiving vocal command. Logic error. Emergency. Scientist Winifred Wu is currently suffering from Lockney syndrome. Subject must receive regular injections of saline solution, or will experience leg paralysis, and must be carried to sickbay. Unit has been assured this is most embarrassing. Note, by viewing inventory, user admits they possess foreign currency and shall submit to inspection, interrogation, and / or violent beating by security. Displaying inventory. Unscrupulous criminal element. Please note that by entering this restricted area, you may be subject to mental refreshment, gory execution, and / or verbal abuse. Mental refreshment protocol, not found. Execution protocol, not found. Commencing verbal abuse. This unit acknowledges that the concept of pay may be strange and alarming. Please note that theft will result in punishments that are infinitely more strange and alarming. Greetings, criminal scum. How may this unit serve you until your inevitable demise at the hands of our sentinels? Received. Dispensing standard regimental supplies. Complete. If you have helm sizing concerns, please increase or decrease the size of your head. Please make a request. This ship is only for authorized Protectorate subjects. If you are not a Protectorate subject, please purchase a weapon from this unit and shoot yourself. Subjects are expected to pay for any supplies beyond standard issue. Monthly munition supplies should be quite sufficient for training purposes. In case of enemy attack, subject is expected to kill invaders efficiently enough not to require additional resources. Displaying
I see not everyone in the Protectorate is a blind gaysayer. We can make good use of that.
Be wary. I've heard there's an intruder aboard. Ah, I suppose that could be you. Forgive me. I'm still a little addled from my last refreshment. I'm going to set off an alarm, okay? You've been reviewing our experiments. I hope I'm not being replaced. I specifically went to mental refreshment to avoid that. If you wish to see the modulator, you'll want to speak with Chief Scientist Montserrat. He's in the rift chamber. Take these credentials with you, in case you're asked. Security's become awfully stringent of late. It wouldn't do to be caught unawares. That's why I carry 2 cards, just in case. Oh, though I suppose it's just the one now. I've been trying to convince everyone I'm perfectly fine. For if I do not, I fear I might be remade as part of the new plan for Arcadia. I do not wish to be remade.
How could the Council believe any of this to be in accordance with the plan? A correction is inevitable, and such events are rarely pretty. Anathema to the grand plan and begs for correction.
Unit has been functioning for 3.
Well, the modulator's certainly bigger than a bread box. Fortunately, the ship makes a convenient carrying case. Just need to learn how it all works together.
Return to your work, my fellow subject.
I was notified that you were here, though my fellow scientists seemed rather confused as to why. Unsurprisingly. What exactly was it that you needed? I'm rather short on time, as a gander outside might tell you. Yeah, well, we all have urgent needs. And mine is to keep my lab and hopefully the rest of this system from falling apart. I need the modulator for my own analysis. You can wait. The IRC. I did not realize you were a colleague of sorts. We haven't shared much of our findings with your branch, I'm afraid. But our results do match. Raw data from whatever a rift engulfs is preserved, yes, but the essence of a thing is not. Like a sense of self, for example, is lost forever. Further, there is no proof that such data can be stabilized or even edited. The Consul's plan is futile, completely. But he no longer listens to me, which is distressing. I've prepared a report for him showing how the very structure of the modulator makes what we're attempting impossible. But I doubt he will pay it much mind. Yes, but as I said, I fear the report won't do any good. It's clear you aren't bound by the same rules as the rest of us somehow. If he won't hear me out, perhaps a third party will have more luck. Here, use this keycard on the module over there. It'll allow you to download my report and grant you access to the control deck. I hope you're able to sway him, because if you don't, we're all dead. A deck up in the control room. The console is the only one who has the means of controlling it, which makes your persuading him that much more necessary. Go now.
Accessing report. Rift restoration analysis. Compiled by Chief Scientist Monserrate. Marked for delivery to Consul Thoreau.
Esteemed Consul, after much analysis, my conclusion is that the modulator we have worked tirelessly to build will not function as intended when used for reconstituting matter from rifts. Every test of reconstitution has resulted in demonstrable failure. Proceeding as we are now with Horizon Point Station will surely lead to severe, unanticipated consequences. The modulator is only effective at closing rifts from unsafe distances. Using it to close exacerbated rifts will certainly lead to the destruction of any vessel carrying it. Unfortunately, the data that we originally had hoped for from the ancient rifts detected in the far reaches of space untouched by humanity has not yielded any of its secrets. And we are now out of time. All of our recent readings suggest that we're on the verge of losing control of this rift. I recommend diverting from our current plan before it is too late for Arcadia. I've included extensive notes and annotations appended to the modulator schematics to substantiate these conclusions. I know you will guide us wisely, my dear Consul.
Schematics acquired. However, the information contained here also indicates the existence of rifts beyond where humanity has traveled. This does not compute.
Let's table that topic for now. We can't do anything with the rift modulator yet. Not until we deal with the console. So, shall we?
Your punctuality is as commendable as ever. How did you fare in securing the rift modulator? Yet one more hindrance to overcome in this endeavor. Nevertheless, I expect you to guard those plans closely in the interim. Did you find anything else of note? When one learns information that rattles their understanding of the universe, one may take a moment to consider the gravity of said information. We know that rifts are only caused by skip drives, so if they are appearing in non-colonized space, then this is truly momentous. It proves definitively that life did not originate on Earth, and may, in fact, exist elsewhere in other forms.
Of course, I wouldn't want to discount these findings too quickly, especially considering the implications.
I concur. This is a discussion for later, with laureates in attendance. For now, we must confront the Consul before he wrests that future away forever. He is just through those doors. I have run the numbers, and should you wish to negotiate with the Consul, you must be strategic. He will not react well to a direct attack on his character or methods early on. It certainly may. At which point we may find the opening needed to convince him to stand down.
I might tread a mite lightly, dear. If I know the consul's type, and I do, his ego can take only so many hits before his guns do the talking. Simply goading may not be ideal.
We'd be losing the element of surprise. So if you want to negotiate, best not muck it up.
You should take this time to prepare. Replenish your supplies. Explore your environment for any advantages. Consider what options you may have in the event negotiations fail. And if there is anything more you need to say to me or your companions, I encourage you to divest yourself of these diversionary thoughts while you still can.
Seems like our mission's almost complete, Commander. One way or the other. Before we finish this, I wanted to thank you. Showed me I still had more to learn. You and this crew, this little family of ours.
Yes, because she's a head in a bubble. She needed me to get her a new body.
Oh, stop. You're going to make me... Didn't foresee that happening. Let's hope this day is full of more surprises. Like we all survive. May all our travails add to the equation.
This unit remains ready to assist you in the violent removal of the consul through the following options: exsanguination, blunt force trauma, and dismemberment. Due to the urgent threat of the rift, it is not advised to wait for the consul's aging-associated biological decline. If your locomotion is suffering impairment, Commander, this unit can provide a numbing shot to reduce discomfort. Some narcosis may occur. Wiles are not included in this unit's programming. Any suspicion of seduction may be the result of the agent's false impression or delusion. It has been an honor for this unit to serve you, Commander. In the event of your death, service will continue posthumously.
Redactor Essman. Very punctual, good. Don't take a seat, this will be quick. My sentinels tell me you have some interesting ideas. Oh, easy. No need to break into a sweat. Interesting ideas can be useful.
The Sovereign was a naive fool. The Consul was a scheming sprat with delusions of competence. Time will tell which was more destructive.
We need our own version of their pacifying doctrine.
Oh, so I do have a germ of an idea. A less grand version of the grand plan. Instead of atoms and particles and such, it's made up of us. All doing our part, like cogs in a machine.
Interesting. A system where every subject believes they have a role to play. Enthusiastic obedience. Why, the Sovereign and I were thinking of this very thing. What should we call it?
Well, I'm not sure. It's still just a germ of a concept, of a hint of an idea, you see. It's a whole new way of thinking. A new model of society. Quite the paradigm shift.
Paradigm. Very good, Esmond. Say, you look frazzled, troubled by your own thoughts. Why don't you report to mental refreshment? My staff will personally see to your well-being. The distinguished presiding bishop herself has deigned to join us. What a charming surprise.
Don't overlook the main attraction, dear. I even wore my finest battle attire.
I might have known you'd conspire with our enemy and lead some foolhardy crusade against me. Loyalty has eluded you for years, after all. Sentinels, if you would.
Forming an alliance was necessary to combat the irrationality of your foolish endeavor. Those who fail to show reason do not deserve to lead this colony. Now, stand down.
I will not. I am saving this colony from itself, and ridding it entirely of traitors and trespassers like you. I'm not interested in what you've acquired by sleight of hand or whatever other sordid means, Commander. Yes, I know well who you are. In any other situation, I might be compelled to take you apart and see how precisely it is you operate, but time, it would seem, isn't on your side. You are a relic of an impotent institution, propelled forward by nothing more than luck and foolhardy metal. Indeed. Rarely are there enough measures to keep the most tenacious of sprats from gnawing their way in. I've been following your progress closely, you know, since you so unceremoniously tampered with our Vox relay on Paradise Island. When you began your dealings with the Order and the Corporatists, I thought that perhaps having a chaotic element in their midst could work in our favor. But now you're here, scurrying around my ship and attempting to thwart the Protectorate yet again. You think yourself clever, don't you? The Sovereign is indisposed, leaving myself as the sole custodian of Arcadia. What's his is mine. And the victory I inevitably clench over you, over anyone, will be his in turn, even if he's not here to bask in it. Such bravado is unbecoming when you can't make good on your promises, Commander. Tell me, did you manage to stop us from bringing your peace talks to a swift end? As I recall, Greater Tranquility was reduced to little more than mangled ruins in a single moment.
Greater Tranquility Station was a test?
It was a modest success. I had hoped it'd hobble Auntie's choice in the Order once and for all, but it has proven to be a valuable lesson in patience. I was able to buy the time to enact the very plan before you. Though, judging from that vacant expression on your face, it would appear you've no idea what I intend. It's only a crime in your estimation. When one clinches a decisive victory, who among the living would dare complain about the methodology? Using the very rift modulator on this ship, we will destroy Arcadia and edit the information stored within the resulting rift, all to reshape our colony into its perfect form. Horizon Point's destruction all those years ago was a tragedy, yes, but without it, we might never have opened our eyes to our true purpose and the possibility of Arcadia's rebirth. When the matriarch discovered the first skip drive, she set us on a course to elevate humanity. We're now writing our path, and I will do my part as the architect intended. Rifts contain the data of everything they have engulfed, and we have the power to edit that data as we so choose. Our perfect society is within reach, and all supposedly serendipitous events have led to this moment. In the matriarch's younger years, she found a crashed ship deep in the earth. Within it, the very first skip drive. She dissected this tech, learned its secrets, and enabled us to produce them en masse. And, well, that eventually led to the manifestation of rifts. But it was not until well after Horizon Point's untimely end that we understood the opportunity gifted us. The opportunity to reconstruct the colony in its perfect form. It is as the Grand Architect designed. And believe you me, I've no intention of letting you thwart our securing of a better future. One free of doubt and greed. It's your time that's running out, not mine. So go on, tell me all the ways I'm wrong. Better yet, tell the whole room how His Eminence, the Sovereign, was wrong. This was originally his plan, after all. I am merely a partner seeing it carried out. Do not presume to tell me what is or isn't the truth. I was advisor to the original Sovereign. I know the mind of a true leader. This is the path Henry should have taken. Yes, of course we argued over methodology. Henry was always too stubborn, too focused on the past to understand the opportunity before him. I regret that he had to make such a difficult choice. That one of the matriarch's heirs is not guiding us. But he needed to look beyond himself, like I am doing now. You just come and go as you please, do you? I ensured he would have a handler by his side if any assistance was needed. I understand that it is, which is regrettable. But fulfilling the Architect's plan is worth the cost. Henry would agree. The people would agree. Yes, well, we also lost the support of the Order. But can one truly call that a loss? We would have drowned already in the seas of war with the weight of their inaction around our necks.
Reality would dispute that fact, given that it is I who has invaded your sanctum, and not the other way around. The Order has always been the Protectorate's more capable half.
I can scarcely recognize the Bishop standing in front of me. To think that I welcomed your ascension all those years ago. Orlo was at least amenable, moldable, teachable. But you've been nothing but disappointment. You're so busy chasing figments of the future, you don't even know they're leading you off the side of a cliff. My subjects do not despise me. Those that do are not true Protectorate. The same can be said for any subject who wavers. They are dead weight, and we must cast them off straight away. Once I win the war and leave those naysayers behind, harsh action will be swiftly forgotten. And once I provide for the needs of my subjects, I will have them forever. Indeed. That's why my strongest supporters wholeheartedly believe in me and the Protectorate cause. Did you? Well, it appears we will have to expedite that malcontent's trip to Placid Waters once this is over. No matter. Thanks to the Rift Modulator, I now have the power to reverse such doubt. The Protectorate will be a united front once again. Untouchable and wanting for nothing. So you say, but you've yet to deliver any compelling evidence.
Madness is rarely apparent to one in its throes. I wonder, would you even be capable of hearing facts if we offered them?
I am the chosen shepherd of Arcadia and will not be spoken to like this. I am only doing what I must to restore this colony to what our matriarch envisioned. Free of war, strife, heresy. You must know that you have little chance of swaying me. I will not be distracted from taking what is owed to us. I will not be lectured by an outsider. It's just like the Earth Directorate, or any other interloper, to claim to better know the customs of those they invade. Certainly if you had your way, you would claim Arcadia as yours, and rewrite history to suit your own aims. No, Reuben would not have gone against her. He was a stalwart protector of Arcadia to the end. We could all see his devotion. If he even attempted to bastardize the Protectorate cause, then we will have undone all of the Matriarch's work. I do not dismiss that I was complicit. It was my duty to guide him to the best of my ability. But surely it cannot be possible that I've gotten this wrong. All your so-called arguments are pure hearsay. You came here claiming so boldly that I would fail, but you have yet to provide any proof. So where is it? What do you have? Bah, a report. The abstract means little when compared to reality. Look outside. Is it failing now? That's not true. Despite how things appear at present, with time, this station, all of Arcadia, and all of its people will be made whole. So they will remain as shells upon reconstitution. Is that what you're saying? This would explain the anomalies we've encountered of late. I don't understand. Surely every step leading to this moment was in accordance to the grand plan. All the pieces fit. Either someone has made a terrible mistake, or this is merely a conspiracy to mislead us.
All this effort, and because I don't have speech.
You may try.
Hostilities are afoot. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Vitals of purification in progress. Taking the fight out of them.
If the readouts are to be believed, the rift is on the verge of destabilizing completely. But the rift modulator cannot be operated from this distance. It must be flown into the rift.
That was a rather substantial hole in my predictions. These rifts have presented an excessive supply of incalculable variables.
Though it may be troubling to you, this conclusion holds no uncertainty. Someone present must do this. This is not possible. There is no set destination we can command the ship to fly to. The flying and the activation of the modulator must be done manually.
The Order and I will use the schematics and the processed rift data to mass-produce modulators that are usable at a distance. These pesky rifts will soon no longer plague the colonies.
The Earth Directorate is here to help you.
I don't see why it has to be you, dear. I mean, I would, but I've spent much too much on prolonging my existence to cash out now. That is to say, thank you. You trusted us with the Rift technology. You can rest assured we'll put it to worthwhile use.
Thankfully, you need not rely on empty assurances. The Order will continue to experiment with the technology and safeguard its use.
It appears the pilot must be chosen from among those currently present, Commander. This unit is happy to enlist a volunteer by force. Self-destructing is not permitted by this unit's programming.
Well, look at you, Commander, stepping up. Didn't reckon you had it in you.
Well, here goes something.
The commanders sacrificed themselves to save the galaxy. No one knew their motives or thoughts in those final moments, though legends grew around this mythical agent of the Earth Directorate all the same. Thanks to the commander's quick thinking in sparing it from the Vox station's fiery crash, Paradise Island's Fairfield remained a profitable company town for Auntie's choice. Acquisitions Officer Carr enjoyed the perks and power that came with promotion for her asset-winning techniques on Paradise Island. Her rival, D.B. Milverstreet, meanwhile, seethed as he pushed cold morsels of borsloaf around the plate of his macrowave dinner. Vigilant Hogarth was declared a traitor to the Protectorate, along with most other Westport townsfolk. They were judged according to the paradigm, then sentenced to be executed until dead, forever tied to the city they could not protect. Auntie's choice assumed control over the day-to-day workings of Matriarch's Mercy, the better to monitor their new colleagues in the Order. The monastery, however, returned to normal operation, tracking the clockwork of the grand plan. The monastery's abbot became a scapegoat for recent tragic events, having not detected Wiley's dastardly schemes. His superiors demoted him, mainly to show their corporatist allies that academics could keep their people in line too. After defending Fort Endurance against a fierce Mantisaur attack, Executive Warchek was awarded a commendation for profit-securing stalwartness, as well as promotion to regional manager. He eventually passed peacefully in his sleep at the scientifically astounding age of 6. Having died at the peace talks, Augustine DeVries' treachery was never known to the Earth Directorate. She is forever remembered as the star agent who tragically went missing during her mission. Val continued to serve the Earth Directorate faithfully for many more years than should be possible, giving automechs like her everywhere a reputation as stable and reliable. As a result, more Valerie units were put into service, while fewer human agents were deployed into the field. As he rose through the Earth Directorate ranks, Niles pressed for a field directive to deploy the new Val units only when the situation posed significant risk. The policy reduced agent casualties by a significant margin. Oddly enough, in-office deaths increased by a not insignificant margin. Agent Niles Ibarra achieved the rank of commander, earning renown as a formidable agent, unafraid to challenge the status quo within the Earth Directorate. He recruited his friend Zebulon Tran to the Earth Directorate, a gesture of gratitude for not airing the Directorate's dirty laundry. Together, they vowed to reform the agency from within, so it might never again bargain with authoritarian governments. Ultimately, Niles rose to the position of Secretary General. His term saw the Earth Directorate at its most popular, or, in the eyes of corporations and tyrannical governments, most feared. Inez's convincing appeals to the press earned her clout in reforming Auntie's Choice's cruel grafting program. Yet it was a constant struggle, rife with red tape and pushback from program executives. This was Inez's new battle, one she would fight for the rest of her life. Utilizing what he learned alongside the commander, Tristan attempted to reform Protectorate society from within. But with no authority figure to lead its subjects, the Protectorate was a shell of its former self. After thoughtful cogitation and calculation, Marisol slowly began to reject violence as the sole method for eliminating random variables. Not coincidentally, her social calendar began filling up. Asa finally achieved her dream of dying in a rift. All it took was a daring and blood-soaked heist of a modulator to create a rift that she then summarily leapt into. Thus Asa remained a fanatical member of the Glorious Dawn, spreading the truth of the rifts to her final agonized breath. With the modulator schematics shared as joint intellectual property, Auntie's Choice and the Order's partnership remained steady, despite the need for constant compromise. For a time, the Arcadia colony thrived. Auntie Cleo went through the motions of accommodating the Order, yet privately aspired to keep free trade anything but free. She began a new initiative. Any corporation or government that refused her trade conditions was promptly dealt with, either via takeover or strategic use of rifts. Auntie made her first public appearance in years, inspiring a fashion trend in bubble helmets. In no time at all, she won more public support than Ruth, which she sought to use as leverage when the time was right. Ruth Bassar proceeded to interface with the archive, an agonizing process that clawed away her lifespan. The archive computed that she was mistaken to compromise with the corporatists. To advance the plan, she needed to destroy them from within. So she proceeded to do just that. She had only been using the corporation for its logistical infrastructure. Auntie herself and at least some of her top executives needed to cease existing in Arcadia, either via assassination or skip-drive-assisted exile. Bassar stripped the power from the corporatists in subtle ways, until it was too late for them to stop her. Yet it remained unclear how long the Order could sustain its dominance once Ruth Bassar passed on to become one with the equation. Adrift without firm leadership, Protectorate subjects struggled with post-war life. A small band of hardliners collaborated to preserve their society in the face of Arcadia's new leadership. When Sovereign Varric was discovered in mental refreshment, the Order and Auntie's Choice bickered over what to do with him. They ultimately decided to announce his death, while letting him live the rest of his addled days behind closed doors aboard the undisputed claim. Until one day, Amos stumbled upon the Sovereign's private quarters and freed him, rocking the colony with a brief scandal. Despite the recent tumultuous events in Arcadia, it was business as usual for Free Market Station. Sub Rosa continued to supply the colony in the wake of the commander's actions. Unable to die in their sacred rift after it was closed, the Glorious Dawn heeded a new calling, seeking the modulators needed to create new rifts, so that they could die in those instead. The rifts across Arcadia and beyond were soon closed. Trade quickly resumed, with Auntie's Choice handling logistics. Yet, more than just goods and resources traveled the re-established trade routes. The Order's version of scientism spread as well. Many colonies stabilized, many thrived, and some even rose to an Arcadian level of prosperity. But there are still some that have never been heard from. All of these events turned on the decisive actions of the Earth Directorate agent and their unique way of navigating Arcadia, its disparate factions, social complexities, ubiquitous product placement, and arsenal of absurdly satisfying weaponry. But through it all, and to this day, Earth has remained inexplicably dark.
And that's The Outer Worlds 2. At least my playthrough of it. Until DLCs inevitably release, but that may be for some time. The Moon Man's taking everything over. Oh no, I've been taken over too. Oh wait. Yeah. It's kind of similar to how New Vegas and plenty of the other similar titles end with just a slideshow of here's what happened. It's not super cinematic or anything of that sort. And it has a bunch of variables that will affect endings for people and how they solve things. Like, had I had speech and leadership, I would have been able to keep most of the opponents alive. So, could have had even better endings, for all I know. Including not sacrificing my own character. Would have probably had the consul sacrifice himself for it instead, taking responsibility. But overall, I enjoyed this game a lot. It does make me want to actually go back and do a full playthrough of the first Outer Worlds and see how that goes. But I'll probably want to give it some time to disconnect the muscle memory from this game, since they did improve a lot. I'd say overall, though, characters were pretty well written. Story was good. There's plenty of interesting tasks to do throughout, and I enjoyed the build I started with. and took to the end, and only lightly affected with mods, getting just like 6 extra perks than I would have had otherwise. Obviously, I got more skill points, but it just allowed me to max out the 7 of 12 that I was allowed to keep for choosing the dumb negative trait. But I would say I'm only well, I'm not just a little disappointed. I'm disappointed that for all of the like encouraging factors of, oh, you can solve pretty much anything without needing to resort to violence. I'm like, cool. But also, you don't need to necessarily have speech to solve everything. And yet almost every time it would like have all the dialogue that I would have, and then because I don't have speech, I can't take the peaceful route. I have to resort to violence by the end, which is just short-sighted in my opinion. I hope they would learn from that for any future DLC or games going forward, that yes, speech is your way of talking your way out of things, but you give us plenty of skill checks that are not speech, and yet you don't give us any alternative other than attack at the end. And the same goes for almost all of the other bosses throughout the story. So that is disappointing that despite presenting additional information, it almost doesn't matter, because I just needed a final speech check to resolve it peacefully. So I don't like that decision when they provide you with ways to solve problems in all other ways throughout the game, and even allow me to at least spare 1 or 2 of the bosses without needing speech or leadership to solve it. Maybe if I had Tristan or someone else to help convince him otherwise, I don't know. It's just, at that point it would have been nice to allow you to just take your entire party with you for the final mission. At least for the final conversation. And then obviously just have whoever you are. Like, had this been closer to Mass Effect 2's suicide mission, where everyone matters, all of your crew, not just your main people that you take with you on missions, but everyone mattered. So if you did things perfectly, everyone survives. But they all had a reason to do something. Or, heck, all things considered, Dragon Age the Veilguard did similarly. It wasn't as well executed, but they still had the whole thing of like, okay, each of your companions, as long as you made sure to do their tasks and all that, they have an impactful decision or result as part of the ending. So as long as you made sure to make the correct decisions and made sure to stay on their good side and do their personal quests, which, I mean, I did all the personal quests, but it didn't change some of their personalities. It didn't change some of their inevitable ends. So it feels like, in that regard, it had less impact than it should have. So it's hard to say if I would call this better than the previous game. Mechanically, with new features and gimmicks, the flaw system and all that stuff, that is better. But I would say, from what I recall of playing the first game, first Outer Worlds, I liked how the companions had plenty of weight to them, especially like Bavardi and Vicar Max early on, but the other characters did as well. So I feel like, sure, the first Outer Worlds was them kind of figuring things out and establishing their footing, but in other ways it feels like this lost sight of some of that too. Seeing if I recognize any of them. Oh, I recognize Erica Lindbeck. And I couldn't keep track of all the names. Oh well. I recognize some of their names at least. And I recognize some of the voices too of the main cast and the side cast too. But I would say overall though, I enjoyed The Outer Worlds 2. I'm looking forward to seeing what the DLC and stuff will be when it comes. Thankfully, they give you the opportunity to save before. But I feel like in some ways maybe a full playthrough would be necessary. To properly flow into that content. But hey, I closed all the rifts. And despite having 2 technical companions of the Protectorate, it's disappointing that I couldn't side with them at any point. They were pretty much, outside of specific instances, always the enemy. And then Sub Rosa didn't feel that impactful, despite being your 3rd faction that you could befriend. And I don't know how I was supposed to max out their reputations. I mean, I maybe made 1 or 2 decisions that gave me less points, and I just don't see how else I could have gotten full reputations with any of them. Outside of like a speech or / leadership, one of those is like either a combo perk or at least speech would give you like maxed reputation as long as it's positive. And it's pretty easy to avoid negative reputation. It's like, don't kill innocent people of a faction. Don't attack anyone that isn't marked as such, and don't get caught stealing, which even without me having sneak, I managed most of the time, aside from when the bucket wasn't properly making me invisible. But that was just part of me figuring out how it functioned. But yeah, I would say the ending was about what I would expect from Obsidian. They don't really seem to like giving you a open-ended end where you could just continue playing. They instead make a more linear, definitive ending point. They did it for New Vegas. They never added DLC where you could resume. I will say, unfortunately, I don't feel like, compared to like playing New Vegas more than once, I don't feel necessarily currently like I would want to play through this more than once right now. Whereas New Vegas, Fallout 3, even 4, Skyrim, stuff that's more directly connected to like Bethesda, there's plenty that just allow you to do different things or take different paths. It's a little more of a sandbox, a little more open-ended. Different factions to actually join. Because almost at no point did it actually feel like the Annie's Choice and the Order were at odds with each other, outside of just the setting, the set dressing of battlefields. And without you going out of your way to be just a jerk and kill one side or the other or whatever, it just didn't seem like there was at no point where either of them would be a obvious enemy outside of special exceptions, like, oh, these are addled by a drug, so they're just going to be hostile regardless. And it's like, cool, I guess. So I would say that they've done a pretty good job, but clearly they are missing the original people that made New Vegas work, despite all of its flaws, despite being rushed out of a short development time. New Vegas had a proper faction system where you could be friendly with even the bad guy factions if you took certain choices and certain routes and certain skill investments. This was, nope, you only have these three factions, and for no good reason you could be at odds with them, but why would you? Outside of just playing a psychopath route, I guess. So this was a good game. I wouldn't even think to call this my game of the year, though. It was solid, but story-wise didn't do enough to really make me feel that I would remember this for a long time or want to replay it to see how other choices go. I'm satisfied for the most part, and liked a lot of the gameplay aspects for the most part. It did make me look forward to eventually maybe streaming BioShock Infinite, maybe even the older BioShocks if I want to, because it has that similar kind of sci-fi Art Deco kind of theme. It also makes me kind of look forward to an upcoming game, I think is like Clockwork Revolution, where it's in similar steampunk sci-fi setting. Yeah, and unfortunately, like, with that in mind, Red, it seems like people think that, oh, to be evil just means you're just gonna kill everyone. It's like, no, that's being chaotic evil. But unfortunately, like with D&D, they've been kind of dissolving the alignment system outright, because like, oh, everyone's morally gray, and I'm like, sure, but the alignment system was a fun way to categorize how they approach certain things, how a paladin would go about things versus a druid, how each different combination of like lawful and good and evil and neutral and chaotic could allow for different personality styles and how you, and problem solving choices and things like that. And now it's just feels like, oh, well, now everything's morally gray, so then there's only just the extremes. And I don't necessarily like that decision. Like, it's nice that you could have a neutral ground, and that was kind of an alternate playthrough I was hoping to get to at some point. It was essentially doing taking witty, but then also taking abrasive, so I would be a true neutral, but it really doesn't matter your reputation with a faction as long as it's neutral or above. Seems like it makes little difference outside of how expensive things are. So maintaining a good yeah, some of the NPCs will say more positive things about you, but I don't know, it seems like it didn't do much outside of vendor prices, I guess. So it'd be nice if a reputation system actually carried more weight than will they want to kill you or not, is essentially all it ends up being. Comparatively, since I played that earlier this year, I would say Cyberpunk did a great job at giving you choices, having various pretty good endings. Yes, all of them being kind of sad in one way or another, but there were some hopeful ones. Even the one where you're trapped in a space station going crazy, or nearly going crazy. But it felt like that one handled it well, and it didn't even have a proper reputation system, and yet it still felt like I made impactful decisions. Yeah. And that's the one I ultimately settled on. Coincidentally, getting both Panam and Judy to come along the journey. But I would have to agree, though, that like this ending was a little, I wouldn't say unsatisfying, but it felt a little dry. Well, I hope you get that particular ending once you do. You can only put it off for so long. Hopefully you do it before the next Cyberpunk title comes out. Or else you'll potentially never do so. But overall, I did enjoy the game. I'm pretty happy with the decisions I made. I like the build I came up with at the start. I liked the negative trait option of kind of restricting what skills I could invest into, because had I not, I probably would have just modded enough points to be able to max everything out, and not being able to do certain things got frustrating, sure, but that was a choice I made, and well, it's somewhat grounded, somewhat realistic of I can't do everything, I can't solve every problem, and it makes it a little more fun to roleplay a character that's not able to do everything. Now, I know that's not going to be the case for everyone. Some people want to have no roadblocks, no barriers that they can't bypass somehow. As I already expressed, I don't like that despite having plenty of other dialogue and information gathering that does add more, but because I didn't have speech, I had to resort to violence. And that is a little short-sighted, given how everything else that they wanted to achieve with that. Yeah. I would say you should probably find sooner, as soon as possible. Plus, it sounded like you were close to the end anyway, so I would just say bite the bullet and do it. Or watch my stream, you know, self-promotion. If you really need to see how the endings go. I know that's not necessarily as satisfying, but it's like you either do it yourself or watch someone that has already done so. Plus, I got to have all the fun furry mod stuff, which is canon in the cyberpunk world, at least. So, yeah, as I anticipated, I figured I would be finishing this with at least one last stream. Bolty was saying that maybe it would take 2, but I was like, no, I was burned right at the end. There was like 1 or 2 side things that I cleaned up. So, with that in mind, I have a couple things that I may want to do, but I've already discussed it, and to kind of allow me to take less time in between Judgment and Lost Judgment, I was going to probably go ahead and start up Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon soon, if not tomorrow, as soon as I can potentially start it. I also am considering checking out Dispatch now that all the Season 1 episodes are out. Apparently the devs are blown away by the success it had, so they are at least considering a Season 2 for Dispatch, but that will be quite some time before they release that. I would imagine minimum a year before they could even do something of the sort. Maybe less, I don't know. Apparently Dispatch was planned to be a show, but it then got turned into a game with some of former Telltale Games devs. So I'll be considering that, but I think I'm more in the mood to go ahead and start up the first of the RPG Yakuza titles, Like a Dragon, or RGG, whatever you want to call them. So I'm more in the mood to do that. And I'll find time to do Dispatch soon. I didn't necessarily want to do it simultaneously as Grin was, because I feel like that would influence mine or his decisions on things. Mostly mine, because he isn't one to be watching my streams most of the time, so that's more on my end. And while he's, I think, going to be doing Outer Worlds and returning to Borderlands, ironically enough, in the inverse. So actually, yeah, not tomorrow. Well, maybe tomorrow. After the co-op Borderlands thing with my brother tomorrow, I may, depending on how long that session goes, I may do another stream and I could start up something like Dispatch or Yakuza Like a Dragon. So I have time to consider it, at least one evening to think on it, but Until then, thank you all for joining me for this. This was still quite enjoyable. I would recommend it if you enjoy this style of game. And otherwise, hope you enjoyed watching it. So, until next time.
Well, you managed to launch the Vox station into space. I still think smashing it into a town would have sent a stronger message.
Bit of an odd final message from him, but okay. But yeah, until next time, I'll catch you in the next stream. So have a good evening. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe for more, and I shall catch you guys in the next one. Have a good one. Bye for now.